at any cost. This first anubhav will give you an idea how to gauge yourself. So please, now let us start this discussion. First question of economy. This is question number 8 in your paper. So the first question talks about provision of public goods. Provision of public goods is commonly financed through taxation, primarily because A. Taxation eliminates inefficiency arising from rivalry in consumption. B. Individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of public goods. C. Taxation ensures that public goods are produced at zero marginal cost. D. Taxation ensures equal consumption of public goods by all sections of society. So basically, this question is what this question actually asks. This question asks about the concept of public goods and taxation system. Basically, it is a theme which is related to public finances. So public finances is a topic in your UPSC civil services examination. In that topic, this area is covered, public good as well as taxation. So this question need concept of public good as well as how taxation or how public finances are utilized. So let us, before discussing this question, let us try to brush up our some of the concept. What is a public good? It is a commodity or service both. It can be both. UPSC can play here also. Commodity or service available to all members of society. This is very, very important. All members of society without, this again word without is very important, without reducing its availability to others. Typically provided by the government and funded through taxes. That's why it is very, very important for you to understand that what is public good. It is very, very important for you to understand that what is public good. It can be commodity or service and it is available to all members without excluding anyone, without reducing its availability to others. And it typically provided by the government and funded through taxes. Various examples of public goods are town roads, parks, public schools, national defense is also a public good. So public good basically includes basic needs. It basically focuses on basic needs like clean air and drinking water. There are two important keywords related to public good. The keyword are non-rivalrous and non-excludability. Non-rivalrous means that the goods do not dwindle in supply as more people consume. It means it is not non-rivalry. If someone is consuming, it does not mean the other one will not be able to consume. If I am using a public road, it does not mean other cannot use. Other can also use. If I am going into a public school, it does not mean other student or other child cannot go. Non-excludability means that the good is available to all citizens. No one is excluded. That is very important. And the basic distinction between public and private good lies in their consumption. How they are being consumed. Private goods basically are rivalrous and excludable, often requiring payment and limiting access. It means for private good, you need to pay. If you will not pay, you will be excluded. It is not mandatory that you will get the services. That's the basic concept. Now, let us go back to the question. Then we will further also discuss some concept related to this question. So, provision of public good is commonly financed through taxation, primarily because taxation eliminates inefficiencies arising from rivalry in consumption. So, it is talking that because it is being financed by taxation, so it is saying that what is the benefit of taxation? Taxation eliminates inefficiencies arising from the rivalry in consumption. So that the trap here is rivalry. And we have just seen that these goods are non-rivalrous. So there is no issue of being rivalry. Second statement, individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of public goods. We will come on this statement again. Taxation ensures that public goods are produced at zero marginal cost. Now, what is zero marginal cost? So, basically, zero marginal cost means when you need to produce an extra unit. For example, I am producing this pen. Already I am producing 10 pen and I am going to produce an extra unit. But the cost is zero. That is known as marginal cost. Zero marginal cost. Marginal cost is basically about what is the cost of producing something extra. And when it is zero marginal cost, if I am producing something extra, it does not have any cost. That's the meaning and concept of zero marginal cost. So, taxation ensures that public goods are produced at zero marginal cost? No. Never. Taxation does not ensure. If taxation is only a financing method. So we are bringing money, but it does not ensure that public goods are produced at zero marginal. Public goods has marginal cost. For example, if you are having 10 km of highway, if you are going to create 11 km, you need extra money. It is not zero marginal cost. There will be marginal cost. So that's why this statement is again wrong. Taxation ensures equal consumption of public goods by all sections of society. No, if that will be the case, this is easier for government. No? If through taxation, we are easily able to consume public goods by all sections of society. That is a very easy thing. It does not ensure whether taxation is only a financing method. Through taxation, government is collecting the money and financing any public good. But the use of public good is voluntary. I may be interested to use a public hospital or not. This depends upon me. This doesn't mean that I'm going to use the service. So basically here we have to focus on most important aspect, that taxation ensures equal consumption. No, it does not ensure. It is my choice. Utilization of public good is voluntary. Yes, it is available for all sections, but whether I will be utilizing it or not, it depends upon my own choice. That's the most important thing which we have to look. Now, coming back to this statement number B, individuals users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of public good. So it is basically saying that individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable, because it is non-excludable. So what the issue is? First, we cannot make it excludable. It will always remain non-excludable. Non-excludable means voluntary use and voluntary payment. If we will remove taxation, rather what we will do, for example, you are going to a public park and I will assign a guard or someone to collect charge for that park, access to the park. What will happen? First, it will become excludable. If someone does not have money, they will not be able to go. And if everyone is going to use it, then who will finance? If government is not financing through taxation, from where the money will come? Either I have to take money from everyone, but that will be the problem. The moment I will put money, many will not use. First thing, it will become excludable. It will become private good, not public good. So that's why. Second thing, if we are going to not collect money, then it will become free rider problem. Free rider problem. What is free rider problem? Let us see. Then we will discuss. So these are the things we already have discussed. Public free rider problem. What is free rider? It occurs when some individual consume a public good without contributing to its funding. So now, because the issue is the public good is free, you have to voluntarily pay. It is your choice. The moment it will become your choice, some may be paying, some may not be paying, then it will become the problem of free rider. That's why rather going for this, taxation is a much better choice. So what I will do, being a government, I will tax our citizens, and it is easier to collect, it is more efficient, and through that money finance the public good. So that is easier, that is much better. This is zero marginal cost. It means cost to produce one additional unit of a product or service is virtually zero. For example, in common, it is basically digital goods. Like you have already produced one software, you just have to copy paste it. So their marginal cost is zero. But in case of public goods, mostly it is not zero. Even to provide service, for example, government is providing post office service. So marginal cost cannot be zero because they have to hire someone, postman, postmaster general. Everyone needs to be hired and they need to be paid. That is the cost. That's why it cannot be zero. So individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of public goods. That's why this complete issue is. So best option here is option number B. Individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of goods. That's why our option B is correct. Now, moving ahead to our next question. Question number 9 of your paper is, in a given financial year. The question is basically about, let us see. In a given financial year, it is talking. The external account, the concept is related to external account. External account means it is related to the concept of balance of payment, which we have studied in static portion of an economy records the following transaction. This question is very, very interesting. Believe me, this question we have put intentionally, not only to judge your conceptual clarity, but also it will help you to understand how to apply your common sense and mathematical aptitude in your exam. This is a very beautiful question. First, it is saying about merchandise export. It is happening $400. Exports, we are exporting. It means plus 400. We are getting money. $400 billion we are getting for it. Because when we export, money come. Foreign institutional investor, FII inflows, $30 billion. It means because investment is coming. Again, we are getting that $30 billion. That why it is plus. Net invisible. Net means net of export of services, import of services, remittances, gifts, everything is net. Net means plus $80 billion. Again, we are getting. Merchandise imports means we are paying for the import. How much? $520 billion. So it is negative because we are paying, money is going out. External commercial borrowing, $40 billion. Means again, when borrowing, we are taking money plus $40 billion. Now, the question is based on the above information, what is the current account balance? The issue is they are more interested in only current account balance. The question is asking about current, not capital. Balance of payment has two things. Now, let us see what is balance of payment, then we will come back. So, what is balance of payment? It has two components, current account and capital account. Current account is basically merchandise plus invisible. Capital, anything which has either creating asset or liability. It is known as capital, asset or liability. Here, foreign investment is coming in form of FPI and FDI. It will be creating liability on us because we are taking money from them. Borrowing, if we are taking loan, external commercial borrowing, it is again liability. If we are providing loan, we will get again back, it will be asset. Current account, merchandise, which we are transactioning, it is basically in the nature of transaction. If it is in the nature of transaction, it is here. Merchandise, invisible. Services, factor income, transfer. So let us see our question again. Merchandise exports, yes, it will be in, so we will consider this. Foreign institutional investment, we will not consider this because it does not come under current account balance. So here, basically the question is about concept of current account balance. What comes under current account balance? Net invisibles, yes, it will come under. Merchandise imports, again, yes. External commercial borrowing under capital account. So we will consider this 1, 3, 4. One is plus 400. So plus 400, let us do it here. Plus 400 plus this 80. We will subtract 520. What we will get? Minus $40 billion. So minus is means deficit. If it is plus, it means surplus. So deficit. This is deficit, this is deficit, this is deficit, this is surplus, cut it. 40 is only here, these three are wrong. So our statement or option D is correct. So this is how you have to do this is how you have to apply here common sense. Now let us move to our next question. Question number 10th. India has recently signed a trade and economic partnership agreement, TIPA, with the European Free Trade Association, EFTA, which of one of the following countries is not, very important, not a member of EFTA. So this question, why we have given, because this has recently been, actually the agreement was signed in 2024, but in October 2025, government has notified this. That's why this is very, very important. UPSC can ask directly questions on such areas, they ask. So you need to know about the countries. So Iceland, first country, Iceland, yes. Liechtenstein, yes. Finland is not a part, Norway is there. So that's why statement C is there. Now let us try to have some concept on basic concept on this topic also, so that if such type of question is asked, which areas you need to prepare. Okay. India EFTA Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement was finalized in March 2024 and it came into effect 1st October 2025. What is EFTA bloc? So it comprises of Switzerland, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. Historically one of the two dominant. So now there is information about EFTA. I have given some information, factual information related to EFTA also. That what is EFTA? So EFTA is basically historical one of the two dominant Western European trade blocs. Now it is very small, but it was established on 3 May 1960. 3 May 1960 is the important date. They can ask this, that it was not exactly 3rd May, they can ask it was established in 1960 or something, to serve as an alternative trade bloc for those European states that were unable or unwilling to join the European Economic Community. This is now European Union. Its objective of this, enhance market access, investment and jobs, and dedicated institutional mechanism for trade facilitation. Given 100% market access for industrial and non-agricultural. So important term is non-agricultural. If agricultural word they are using, there is no 100% market access. And tariff concession is on processed agricultural product. Remember these terms, these are the traps. Okay. EFTA nations will bring in a binding investment commitment. There is binding investment commitment of $100 billion. This data $100 billion, they can write $1,000 billion or $10 billion and 15 years. Here they will write 5 years. This is how UPSC manipulate. And 1 million direct job. Again, at direct you will be confusing. So beyond these countries, you need to focus on this. And there is a dedicated EFTA desk also to facilitate it. So all these are important things which you need to know about India EFTA. Now moving ahead. Next question is, consider the following statement. So the question is about masala bonds. This is a statement type question. Be careful when you are solving statement type question. Statement 1 is masala bonds are considered less risky for Indian issuers compared to foreign currency denominated external commercial borrowings. Next thing is masala bonds are denominated in Indian rupees but usually settled in foreign currency. Statement 3. This is new type of statement based questions are coming. Earlier UPSC was mostly giving questions like 2 statement were there, statement 1 and statement 2, but now they are giving 3 statement type also question. We have tried to enrich all types of question in paper so that you will be better prepared. After that, currency exchange risk in masala bond is borne by the investor. Which one of the following is correct in respect of the above statement? Both statement 2 and statement 3 are correct and both of them explain statement 1. Both statement 2 and 3 are correct. These 2 or 3 are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. Only one of the statement are 2 not. So what is masala bond? It is basically rupee denominated bond. Masala bond is rupee denominated bond. It is bond, not equity. This should be clear. that Indian entities issue. Who issues this? Indian entity in overseas market, not in domestic market. They will not issue masala bond in India, rather overseas market. What is the purpose? To raise fund. Most important characteristic is currency risk is borne by the foreign investor. So who will be borrowing? Why this has been brought? So before understanding this, masala bond actually was brought because there were a lot of fluctuation or there is a risk related to change of exchange rate. Like if rupee will start depreciating. So that's why it is very costly for someone from India to raise money in other countries, for example, in US in form of dollar or pound in UK. So that will be more costlier. There will be cost of exchange rate that you need to take consideration. That's why here currency risk is rather being borne by the person who Indian entity. It is being borne by foreign investor and not the issuer. It protects Indian borrowers from the volatility of foreign exchange rate. It is rupee denominated. You need to know about this, that it is being rupee denominated. Currency risk transfer. It is transferring currency risk from the person who is issuing, that is issuer, to investor. Origin of the name masala means spices in Hindi. That's why it was coined by the International Finance Corporation. Who has coined this? Similarly, there are other like samurai bond is there, dim sum bond in China is there. So that's why. What its objective, primary goal is to help Indian company access a broader pool of global capital to fund infrastructure products or development initiatives. Now let us come back to our question. The moment you have brushed up the concept, you are able to understand. Are considered less risky? Yes, for Indian issuers. Yes, it is for Indian issuer less risky compared to foreign currency dominated external commercial borrowing. Yes, because foreign currency denominated external commercial borrowings depends upon foreign exchange. If dollar starts appreciating and rupee starts depreciating, they have to pay more. That's why it is less risky. Masala bonds are denominated in Indian rupees. Yes, they are denominated, but usually settled in foreign currency. Yes. The currency exchange risk in masala bond is borne by the investor. So statement 2, statement 3, statement 1 all are correct. Now, both statement 2 and 3 are correct. It means either this will be there or this will be there. Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct. No, both are correct. Neither. So we have already eliminated C and D. A and B, which one is more correct? Are correct, and both of them explain statement 1. The moment you have to understand whether it is correct or not. Right? Because after this, right? Because the moment you write because masala bonds are denominated, yes, that's why it is less risky. The currency exchange risk in masala bond is borne by the investor. Yes, that's why again this is saying. That's why the moment you will write because, you will got the answer whether this is correct or this is correct. Most important confusion occurs to students in such type of question in A or B. If both are correct, use this term because after statement 1 you will be easily able to get the answer. Answer is A because statement 1 is correct and 2 and 3 are its reason. Let us move ahead to our next question number 12. If the RBI conducts a US dollar India rupee buy sell swap auction, what is the likely impact on the economy? The rupee liquidity in the banking system will increase. Foreign exchange reserve of the RBI will decline in the short run. Which one of the statements given above is are correct? So this question is very important again from the point of view that from time to time RBI does swap deal. Swap deal means when you swap something. For example, I'm swapping this board marker with this pen. That is known as swap deal. So this is here in this case this is dollar, this is rupee. We are swapping when RBI is swapping. Now one thing is saying US dollar is bought by. The thing is US dollar is being bought by RBI and Indian rupee is sold. So if I am buying something, RBI is buying something. Indian rupee is being sold. So what will happen? They are buying and giving money. They are taking away dollar and in exchange of dollar they are giving rupee. What will happen? More rupee will be generated. So the rupee liquidity in the banking system will increase. Yes. Yes, sir. It will definitely increase. Why, my dear aspirants? Because it is going to increase the money because when you purchase something, you pay money for it. Here, RBI is buying dollar, they are paying for it. More money is available in the market. That's why liquidity is increasing of what? Rupee. The foreign exchange reserves of the RBI will decline in the short run. No. Why foreign exchange? They are buying dollar. It is going to increase the forex, rather decrease. So this statement number 2 is incorrect. 1 only, yes. 2 only, no. Neither. 1, not 2, not 2. Correct answer is A. Here you need to understand only the concept of buy and sell. You have very common sense. Even it does not require proper economy. With reference to All India Rural Financial Inclusion Survey 2011-12. It is also commonly known as NAFIS. Okay. So there is a question on survey. A lot of surveys keep going on, and UPSC has a tendency to ask question on survey. So here they are asking about this NAFIS. The survey was published by NABARD. They are saying that National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development has published its first statement, second statement between 2016 to 17 and 2011 to 12. Now they are asking about what survey has said. Some of the findings of the survey. They ask. This is pattern of UPSC PYQs from where we understand that such type of questions also come. That's why you need to know some of the very important. You cannot read each and every aspect of or each and every finding of a survey, but some of the most important findings you need to know. And best source is PIB. We will discuss that. The average monthly income. Average monthly income. It is talking about average monthly income of rural households. It is saying it has increased while their average monthly expenditure. Here it was income. Here it is expenditure declined. Let us see which one of the statement given above is correct. Now this is some of the facts related to this survey. This is directly from PIB. So this survey was first fact is launched in 2016 to 17 as a national level survey. It happens at national level. This fact is important. That offers comprehensive overview of rural population. This is not for urban. Terms of status of livelihood and level of financial inclusion. That is including loans, insurance, pension, etc. Now there are some of the insight from this is the second survey. This is second survey. First has happened in 2016-17. Some of the important insight from this is it increase in average monthly income has happened. Substantial rise has happened. Monthly income of household. Rise in average monthly expenditure. There is rise. Now my dear students, the question was saying there is decline. Rather, it is rise. It is going northward. So that's why this statement, yes, average monthly income of rural household increase. That's correct. We have seen from the survey insights. That's why this statement is completely wrong. 2 is wrong. Published by NABARD. Yes, it is published by NABARD. It means option A is correct. Let us have some other finding. It shows that increase in financial savings is also happening. Such things they can also ask. Kisan credit card. 44% of agricultural households were found to possess a valid Kisan credit card. They can play with this 44%. 10% people, 50%, less than 50%, more than 50%, such they play. Insurance coverage. Percentage of households with at least one member covered by any form of insurance increased significantly. They are saying significantly it has increased from 25.5% to 80.3%. Pension coverage. Percentage of households with at least one member receiving any form of pension increased. It is not substantially but increased. 18.9 to 23.5. Financial literacy. This is again a data. Percentage of respondents demonstrated good financial literacy increased by 17%. From 33.9 to 51.3, it is again a substantial increase. So these are some of the important facts which you need to know. Keep looking for such type of reports for your prelims examination. That will help. Our next question is again a very important and interesting question which is related to financial instruments. Consider the following financial instruments. This is a very interesting question. This needs concept as well as this needs some factual understanding. So it is saying that which are consider the following financial instruments. Financial instruments are part of financial market. Right now, a lot of questions are UPSC has started asking related to financial market, capital market, because increase in interest of investors, that is retail investors in stock market. Wherever there is a change in trend, wherever there is something changing, UPSC always asks some important question. So first is equity shares listed on a recognized stock exchange, units of equity-oriented mutual funds, government securities, GSEC, corporate bonds, and unit of rights, that is real estate investment trust. On which of the above is the securities transaction tax (STT) typically levied in India? So government on various investment or any gain from those investment put some tax, like STT is securities transaction tax. When you deal in securities, they will put this STT. When you will get some long-term capital gain, so long-term capital gain tax is there. That's why it is one of the important direct tax. STT is basically direct tax. Now let us discuss up some of the facts of STT. So it is tax being levied on all transactions done on the stock exchange rates prescribed by the central government from time to time. The tax is charged at the time of executing a transaction and applicable to all equity and derivative. All equity and derivative is very, very important. Stocks, equity, futures, options. The concept of STT was introduced to curb tax evasion, transparency, and taxation process. That was the purpose. So the concept is very important related to all equity and derivatives are. Here no mention of bonds. So on bonds there is nothing. Where it is applicable, this is taken from SEBI. SEBI is the authority which is helping in this. So term securities is not defined under the STT Act. There is STT Act. Securities Transaction Tax Act is there, which allows borrowing of the definition of such term defined in the STT Act, but defined in the Securities Contract Regulation Act 1956 or Income Tax Act. Yes, what is securities is defined. We need to understand. Very important concept is, if you will understand how securities is defined, the question will be piece of cake. Otherwise, it will be very confusing. Securities is defined in the Securities Contract Regulation Act. This itself can be asked as a question in prelims. First, it includes shares, scrips, stocks, bonds, debentures, stock, or other marketable securities of a like nature in or any incorporated company or other body corporates. Derivatives, units or any other instrument issued by any collective investment scheme. Other important thing is collective investment scheme. Collective investment is where there is collection coming from people by some small amount. Like our rights is there. Rights is one form of collective investment scheme. Another government securities of equity nature. Government securities is there, but equity nature, not bonds. Government bonds is not talking about. Treasury bills is not talking about. Talking about equity nature. Equity oriented units of mutual fund. Rights or interest in securities, securitized debt interest. So these are the areas where STT is, or which comes under securities under the Securities Contract Regulation Act 1956 or Income Tax Act. Now go back to our question. So which will be having the securities transaction tax? Equity shares listed on a recognized stock exchange. Yes, equity shares. Units of equity oriented mutual funds. They have directly said this. Shares, they have said this. Equity oriented unit of mutual fund. Government securities. Trap is here. Government securities. But government, mostly in generally, only theoretically they say that government issues something in equity form. Government securities are in form of bond, treasury bills or long-term bonds. They are in bonds. So that's why this statement is not, this option is not correct. This financial instrument will not be taxed through STT. Corporate bonds, again these are bonds. No. Units of rights. Yes, because it comes under collective investment scheme. We have seen this. The collective investment scheme, under collective investment scheme, securities are there. This collective investment scheme to the investor in such a scheme. Now, that's why our 1 is correct, 2 is correct, 5 is correct. Option is B, 1, 2, 5 only. So here, concept of securities was very important. And that concept is very confusing because it is not clearly given everywhere. Next question is, consider the following statement regarding household net financial savings in India. Household net financial savings in India. So this question is basically themed on savings. How saving is happening in Indian economy, and especially households, how they are saving. Household is the biggest source of saving in our economy. That's why this question is very important. There is news related to change in saving pattern of households. That's why this question is very important. Concept of this question is very important. First statement is a decline in households. Decline in household financial savings can lead to higher borrowing cost for the government. A shift from financial savings to physical savings. Financial savings to physical savings like real estate typically occur during period of low inflation. Which of the statement given are correct? Now this question is again very, very important for us because recently this trend we have. First, what is net household financial saving? It means money saved in financial assets. Financial assets means deposits, stocks, mutual fund minus debt. That means if you have taken any loan, it reflects financial health. If financial health is good, so what will happen? We will be putting a lot of money in these areas, in financial assets like deposit in banks, putting or buying shares, putting money in mutual fund. These things will be there. Now, this was the trend. This is from Mosby. Okay. In 2011 to 12, you can say that this is physical saving. This is physical saving, and this is net financial saving. Blue color is net financial saving, and this is household saving. So you can see that household saving was 23, then it reduced during 2015-16, then it started increased till here, then again decreasing. Because of this fluctuation, it is always in news. That's why. Decided you can also see this physical saving, how it is happening. Physical saving. When physical saving is more, household savings, financial savings reduces. Now, let us see. A decline in household saving, it is always in news. That's why. Decided you can also see this physical saving, how it is happening. Physical saving. When physical saving is more, household savings, financial savings reduces. Now, let us see. A decline in household finances can lead to higher borrowing costs. Now, household saving is important source for if household will save, where they will put that money, either in bank or they put in post offices. For example, our this national and NSC we know na. So in that people save in form of fixed deposit or something, and government utilizes that to finance their deficit, or they can borrow. So it is a very important source for government to borrow. And if households saving is less, government need to raise money from others. That's why borrowing cost higher, borrowing cost will be there. That's why this statement is correct. A shift from financial saving to physical saving during low inflation. Now when inflation is low, it means money value is more. So when money value is more, here you need to know the concept of real interest and nominal interest. For example, nominal interest right now your bank is giving you 8%. Let us take it 8%. Inflation is 8%. It means your real interest rate is 0. You will not get any money. The interest which you are getting, it is being eaten up by inflation. So if the inflation is high, you will not put that money into your bank. Second option, your bank is providing 8%. Inflation is 2%. Your real interest rate is 6%. It means your money value is increasing by 6% every year if you will put it in a bank. That's why if inflation is low, you will put in financial saving rather physical saving. That's why this statement is wrong. Normally when inflation is high, people invest in real estate or they buy gold. Gold is also physical form. So if inflation is high, they know putting money in bank will not give you anything. Rather, it will eat up your interest. So that's why they will say start. So statement 2 is wrong. Statement 1 is correct. This is not the option. A is the correct option. Let us move ahead. Our next question is about Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation, DICGC. It provides deposit insurance cover of up to rupees 5 lakh per depositor per bank. 5 lakh per depositor per bank. Who pays the insurance premium to DICGC? So DICGC is basically a body which provides insurance coverage to bank, because we go and deposit to bank, and if bank becomes or collapse or it becomes unsustainable and RBI notify that it should be closed, in that case DICGC will provide you 5 lakh per depositor per bank. If you have account in that bank, up to 5 lakh. For example, you have deposited 10 lakh, so 5 lakh you will be able to get. Now it is asking that for that who pays the insurance premium to DICGC? That is the question. Now let us see. The depositor directly pays the premium to DICGC. Have you ever paid any money to this body, DICGC? So directly paying is a wrong statement. RBI pays the premium on behalf of depositors. We have never heard this. We will see. Concerned bank pays the premium to DICGC. We will see this also further. Then central government bears the premium cost through budgetary support. I have never seen that in budget there is a provision. If you will see the budget statement, there is no provision related to putting some money for this premium. So it is again absurd. Two statements are completely absurd. Now RBI and concerned bank. Let us see. DICGC is a subsidiary. So you can go to this RBI, this link I am giving you. It is a very beautiful site. RBI is a very important source for a lot of concepts related to banking. If you want to best of concepts, go there. Here it is giving all the information related to DICGC. It is subsidiary of RBI. That provides deposit insurance to bank deposits, ensuring safety of their money in case of bank failure. So it is a subsidiary. That is important. It was first considered in 1948 after banking crisis happened in Bengal, and again in 1960. There is Deposit Insurance Act, Corporation Act 1961. It has been recently amended. That's why this is very important. This act was amended and the limit was increased to 5 lakh. That's why it is important for you to know. This came into effect 1962. Merged with the Credit Guarantee Corporation in 1970 to form DICG under the Ministry of Finance. It operates under the Department of Financial Services, protect depositor funds and maintain public confidence in the banking system. Insures deposit of banks against failure. It is insuring deposit of bank. The concept is, it is insuring here. The concept is there. It is insuring deposit of banks against failure. So if it is insuring deposit of bank, for example, I am taking insurance, life insurance or health insurance from LIC. So who is going to, I am being insured, so who will pay the premium? I will be paying the premium because I am getting insured. I am getting the insurance. Provides credit guarantee to priority sector lending institution, monitors bank financial health and steps in when required. So these are some of the factual information. So that's why concerned bank or RBI does not pay the premium on behalf of depositors because RBI doesn't have to do anything with the depositors directly. It is only a regulatory body. So why RBI will start paying? It is the bank who are taking the deposit and they are taking the insurance. That's why they will be paying the premium to DICGC. Again, it was a little bit both conceptual, factual as well as common sense, which is very uncommon. Common sense is very uncommon. Next question. Logistics is across different states. Leads report. Again, we are going to have a question on report. This type of question directly being asked by UPSC, like World Bank, ease of doing business index and other things. So in same context, this question has been asked. Leads report often seen in news is released by which of the following organization? First is NITI Aayog, second is Ministry of Finance, third is Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, fourth is Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Don't make up all the reports, but primarily do most important reports. So most important report, one of them is leads. Here, Ministry of Commerce and Industry is correct option because DPIIT under this body, under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, releases this index. There are some of the factual information I have given you. You can take the screenshot of this factual information. I will be here. Basically, it represents benchmark in logistic performance. Government is concerned right now about logistic cost. They want to reduce it. It is about 13 to 14% as per World Bank. And in developed countries, it is around 7 to 8%. That's why this report is important. It is prepared on the line of logistics performance index of World Bank. World Bank also releases logistic performance index. In that context, it is again important. It is prepared by Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. That is DPIIT under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. These are some of the frameworks, like what is objective indicator, what are perception indicator. You should know about these things. They can ask this too. Okay. Other things, 5 to 7 key corridor based on journey time, truck speed, waiting period. They prepare this. Okay. Moving to our next question. This is a very beautiful question. Already questions on WPI and CPI concept has been asked by UPSC. So that's why we have also put this question. And this is first round. So we are giving you a paper which will help you to gauge your level of preparation right now. What is the condition of your preparation right now? By utilizing this paper, its analysis, you will be able to how much still you need to prepare. This is January. You need how much for the distance to go in your prelims preparation. How much time still you can dedicate to your mains. How you have to balance your preparation. Or you need exclusively to prepare for prelims. Don't take prelims casually. It is one of the most important stage. WPI, Wholesale Price Index WPI for November 2025 recorded a deflation of this. If WPI is negative in territory, while CPI is positive through low, what does this divergence imply for the economy? Statement A, producers are losing pricing power and may not pass on input cost benefit to consumers immediately. The service sector is witnessing hyperinflation while manufacturing is in recession. RBI must immediately hike interest rate to converge the two indices. The rural economy is growing faster than the urban economy. These are the four statements. Now, I will tell you here, one thing is very beautiful and very important. The moment some student will see this statement, first line, WPI for November 2025 recorded a deflation of this, they will trap in this. They will fear, yo, I have not read this trend. There is nothing to do with this. This is only giving context for the question. The main concept is, if WPI is negative and CPI is positive, what does this divergence imply? What is the concept behind this? The concept is required only. You don't need data. Producers are losing pricing power. and may not pass on input cost benefit to consumers immediately. We'll see this. We'll see this statement. This is a little bit complex, that's why. Service sector is witnessing hyperinflation. Service sector is not in WPI. We know. Already UPSC has asked this question, and the concept of WPI says that it is only focused on goods, not on service. So this statement is completely. Option B we are eliminating. RBI must immediately hike interest rate. RBI takes CPI or WPI into consideration. We all know RBI takes CPI into consideration, not WPI. And CPI is only positive. So why they need to hike interest rate? No issue. That's why to convert the two, there is nothing to be done by RBI related to WPI. RBI does not have anything to do. The statement C is wrong. The rural economy is growing faster than the urban economy. It doesn't matter. Goods are being consumed by rural also, urban also, services also by. So there is no linkage of WPI only through rural or urban. So again, this statement is wrong. This statement hence is correct. Producers are losing prices because WPI is related to producers, and because WPI is in negative territory. If it is negative, that's why producers are losing prices. There is no inflation. There is disinflation. There is disinflation, negative inflation, and may not pass on input cost benefit to consumers immediately. There is disinflation. There is the input cost is reduced, but still they are not passing. That may occur. That's why statement A is correct. Now moving ahead to our next question: which of the following pairs regarding the World Bank institutions is not correctly matched? Sometimes UPSC asks this question also related to World Bank or IMF. That's why we have given this question. Now, first institution is IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Provides loans to middle income countries. Yes, it provides loan to middle income countries. That's what purpose IBRD is. Go on the World Bank site and you will find not only this four, but more bodies there. There are 5 bodies. I have given you 5 institutions of the World Bank are there. First is IBRD, second is International Development Association, third is International Finance Corporation, fourth is MIGA, that is Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, fifth is International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, ICSID, and India is not part corporation. First institution is IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Provides loans to middle income countries. Yes, it provides loan to middle income countries. That's what purpose IBRD is. Go on the World Bank site and you will find not only this 4, but more bodies there. There are 5 bodies. I have given you 5 institutions of the World Bank are there. First is IBRD, second is International Development Association, third is International Finance Corporation, fourth is MIGA, that is Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, fifth is International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, ICSID, and India is not part of this. This is also factual information which you need to know. India is only part of this 4. So this also can be asked. So let us see one by one. So IBRD, it provides loans to middle income countries. Next, International Development Association, extend concessional loans and grants to low income countries. Yes, low for low income countries, this idea was there. International Finance offers political risk insurance to foreign investors. No, it is for private body. International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, devoted to international investment dispute settlement. Yes. So option C is incorrect. International Finance Corporation, it is basically about, let us see, it is about encourages private sector investment in developing countries. Okay. That's why hence statement C is incorrect, and that is our correct option is C. Let us move ahead to our next question. That is question number 96 in your paper. Consider the following differences between gold ETFs and digital gold. So there are 2 things, gold ETFs and digital gold. Recently these things are in news because these are also investment instruments. First statement, a demat account is mandatory to invest in gold ETFs, whereas it is not required for investing in digital gold. Second, gold ETFs allow investors to take physical delivery of gold for holding as low as 1 gram, whereas digital gold does not allow any physical delivery. Gold ETFs are regulated by whom? SEBI. Whereas digital gold is outside SEBI's purview. Which of the following statement given above are correct? Before going to this, let us brush up our concept on gold ETF and digital gold. It will help you to solve this question easily. So gold ETF is type of mutual fund. First thing, it is important. It is a type of mutual fund that pools money. Mutual fund is a financial instrument. Pools money from investors to invest in physical gold bullion. Invest in physical gold bullion of high purity. Purity will be this. Who regulates this? Regulation is done by SEBI. Mechanism, units of ETFs are traded on stock exchange like NSE and BSE, just like shares of a company. And each unit typically represents 1 gram of gold, my dear students. That's why it is 1 gram of gold. You need to remember this fact. It requires a demat account. Trading account are mandatory to buy or sell gold ETFs. Its liquidity is highly liquid, but limited to stock market trading hours. It means 9 to 5. After that, it is not. Taxation, taxed as non-equity, it is non-equity mutual fund. Long-term capital gain is there after 3 years. Taxed at 20% with indexation benefit. Whatever the benefit is there, it will be indexed and 20% after 3 years. Physical delivery, generally they do not offer. Generally, the word is generally. It is saying generally they do not offer an easy option for physical delivery, but rather cash equivalent on redemption. Next thing is digital gold. So it enables online investment in small gold quantities without physical possession. Here you still don't have physical possession. That's very, very important. Regulation, it is not regulated by SEBI or RBI, and SEBI has noted its lax regulatory oversight. Its mechanism, an equivalent amount of physical gold is stored in a secure vault by the selling company. You will not have that physical position, but a company will put it. There is no requirement of demat account. Transaction occurs through online platforms, and it is highly liquid. Its liquidity is again highly liquid. It can be accessed 24/7 because it is just like paying through UPI. So it is very, very liquid. Rather in that our gold ETF, you need to have 9 to 7 times, and it is through stock exchanges. 24/7 through the platform. It is also taxed like physical gold. It is taxed like physical gold. 3% GST on purchase and 20% on long-term capital gains. Here also indexation happens after 3. Physical delivery. Conversion to physical gold is often possible through partner jewelers, potentially with minimum quantity and delivery charges. Here physical delivery, physically you can get this. Physical conversion is easy. There it was very difficult. Generally it does not happen. Generally. So let us go. A demat account is mandatory to invest in gold ETFs. Yes. Whereas it is not. So that's why statement 1 is completely Correct. Gold ETFs allow investors to take physical delivery of gold. No, in generally they do not. So we are talking about generally, it is not as low as 1 gram, whereas digital gold does not allow physical. Yes, this is very important. This statement, this is little bit correct, but this is completely wrong. That it does not allow physical. It allows physical delivery. Gold ETFs are regulated by SEBI, yes. Whereas digital gold is outside SEBI's purview, yes. So our statement number 1 and 3 is correct, 2 is wrong. Wrong because digital gold does not allow physical delivery. They allow. Which of the statements given above are correct? 1 only, 2 and 3 only, 1, 2 and 3 due to this 2, 1 and 3 only. B is correct. So this is again very important concept. Such type of terms when they are in news, try to understand their features. If there is some factual information like 1 gram of gold related to this factual information is there, prepare it. Moving ahead to our next question. Which one of the following consequences follow if a bank deposit remains unclaimed for a prolonged period? So we put some money in our bank deposit, everyone do. If you are not withdrawing that money, what will happen? That is the question asking. Money has to be transferred by banks to the Consolidated Fund of India after a specific period. That's a very big statement. After the unclaimed deposit is transferred by the bank, the depositor no longer retains the right to claim the amount. After the unclaimed deposit is transferred by the bank, the depositor no longer, again, I have deposited 50 lakh rupees. And now bank after 5 years, they are saying, no, you cannot claim it. After 10 years, they are saying, no, you cannot take it. It will be nightmare for me. There is a chance that due to any reasons, due to health or anything, I will not be able to withdraw money from the bank. And now you are saying, you cannot take your money. Do you think this is rational? No, that's why these questions always require common sense, and common sense is always very uncommon. Always remember this. Now, let us discuss some concept. This is given from RBI. RBI is the best source for anything you want to have concept on banking sector or financial sector. Balances in savings or current, both. It is saying savings or current accounts which are not operated for 10 years. Or term deposits. Term deposits means fixed deposit, not claimed within 10 years. If term deposit within 10 years and which are not for 10 years. From date of maturity are classified as unclaimed deposit. This is what is the definition of unclaimed deposit as per RBI. These amounts are transferred by the banks to where? Depositor Education and Awareness Fund. And that fund is maintained by RBI. Depositor Education and Awareness Fund is there. These depositors are however still entitled to claim the deposits at a later date from the bank where such deposits were held along with interest. That's what RBI is saying. You will even get interest also. But at a certain date, bank will notify you. If you will go back after 10 years to your bank that, sir, I have deposited my money in your bank, please give me. They have transferred it to DA because RBI is saying after 10 years, if it is in the form of saving or current account, you have to deposit it with Depositor Education and Awareness Fund. So bank will request RBI, then RBI will transfer it back to the bank and they have to pay interest also. However, despite public awareness campaign, it is not taken seriously. That's why unclaimed deposit was in the news. That's why this question we have given. So money has to transfer by banks to the government. No, it is DA, Depositor Education and Awareness Fund under RBI. So statement 1 is wrong, my dear students. After the unclaimed deposit is transferred by the bank, the depositors no longer retain the right to claim the amount. No, again, they can claim, even they can get the interest. So that's why correct answer we have to find, and correct is D because both are correct. All other options are wrong. Now moving to our last question of this economy unbound discussion. The question is about consider the following statement. Again, it is a statement based question. Assertion reasoning type question. An IPO is conducted in the primary market, whereas FPO, follow on public offer, is conducted in the secondary market. Again, capital market is so much in news. Investors, especially retail investors, are pumping money. They are chasing a lot of IPOs. So that's why this question is again important. This concept is important. We have tried to cover this concept. Statement 2, an IPO leads to the first time listing of a company shares on a stock exchange, whereas an FPO is undertaken by unreadily listed company. Which one of the following is correct in respect of the above statement? Both 1 and 2 are correct, and 2 explains 1. Both 1 and 2 are correct, but 2 does not explain 1. Statement 1 is correct, and statement 2 is not correct. Statement 1 is not correct, statement 2 is correct. Let us see some concepts. So what is IPO? It is a private company's first ever sale. First time they are selling their stock to the public. Then they will issue IPO. IPO comes, for example, a lot of IPO was in news since pandemic, 5-6 years. Last 5-6 years, so much IPOs are coming. Well, while an FPO, follow on public offering, when already publicly listed company, the company has issued already their shares. Issue additional shares. Now they are issuing more. For example, Tata Motors, they are again issuing. For example, Kalyan Jewellers, first time they come up, first ever sale they have made, it is known as IPO of Kalyan Jewellers. To raise more capital, often for expansion or debt reduction. That is concept of IPO and FPO. Now, what is primary market? What is secondary market? Let us discuss this concept also in a quick manner. What is purpose of primary? To raise capital for the issuing company. Whereas secondary market to provide liquidity and allow investors. So secondary market already for primary market, I'm having a company. I have founded that company now. I want, because I have invested a lot of money, I have taken loans from bank and everything. Now I'm making profit. I want to get money from others and provide opportunity for others also to invest and repay my debt or something to bank back. So what I will do? I will issue IPO. And IPO is done in primary market. Because first time I am doing IPO for raising capital. When I have issued my shares, now I want to exchange it or share it to provide liquidity and allow investor. Now I want to allow investor so that they can trade. I have already purchased a share. Someone other want to purchase it. I want that money for some other purpose. So what I will do? I will use the secondary market to exchange. And these are exchanged from stock exchanges. Transaction type is company issue new securities directly to investors. Here investors directly, they are issuing new securities to investors. Investors trade securities with each other. They are not dealing with company. Rather, their investors are dealing with each other in secondary market. Price determination, it is fixed by the company. Company fixes the price of issue price. It is known as issue price of IPO. That is being fixed by company. In case of primary market. In case of secondary market, determined by market forces of supply and demand. Our famous economist Adam Smith comes into the picture. Invisible hand of market will play, and that's why demand and supply. To demand and supply, we know this curve: demand curve, supply curve. Aggregate supply and aggregate demand is there. So this curve equilibrium will be formed, and price will be determined. Price P. This is value of stock per number of stock. As per the demand of number of stock, quantity demanded or quantity supplied. Quantity demanded or supplied, this price will be there. Issuer involvement. Issuer is directly involved as the seller. Who is issuer? Company. They are directly involved. Here they are not directly involved. Examples: IPO, rights issue. Examples: over the counter market. Now let us see. Back to our question. IPO is conducted in the primary market, whereas FPO is conducted in the secondary market. No idea. FPO, because here again, what they are only doing? Here they are doing additional issue of company, doing additional issue of shares. So here they are only bringing more shares directly to the market. Company is doing. It is not invested to investor exchange. So it will be done in primary market to raise the capital, additional shares for capital. That's why my dear student, statement 1 is wrong, because FPO is also conducted in primary market, whereas FPO is undertaken by already listed company. Company is listed, but the shares is still issued in primary market. That's why this statement is wrong and this statement is correct. So here 1 is not correct and statement 2 is correct. That's statement D. Option D is correct choice. Now this is how we are going to end the discussion. This was really a very interesting discussion. The paper was conceptual. Some of the facts were there. Some related to current affairs were there. I hope you had enjoyed the paper. If you feel that this discussion is very good, so you can comment in our comment section. You can like the video also. Please subscribe to our next IS channel. And my name is Varun. If you have any doubt on this issue, you can ask on varun.kumar@nextis.com. You can write any mail. This is my personal mail ID. I will reply to all of you. So if you want, I will definitely reply for any doubt. Thank you.
So welcome to the Anubhav. Let us discuss the polity question. So this is Ashish. So first question says, as per the Constitution of India, it's a very important word that you should be giving due attention. That it says, as per the Constitution of India, the population data of the census of India 2017, so which is to be conducted, will have a direct impact. It is also important to highlight this word, that is the direct impact on which of the following. Statement number 1 says delimitation of parliamentary and assembly constituencies. So let us try to understand what Constitution says about it. Yes, it will have the direct impact since for the parliamentary constituencies, Article 81 says, and for the state legislative assemblies, Article 170 says so that after the census there will be a readjustment of the seats. So yes, it will have the direct impact since for the parliamentary constituencies, Article 81 says, and for the state legislative assemblies, Article 170 says so that after the census there will be a readjustment of the seats. So it will impact. Second is the allocation of seats to the states in the Lok Sabha. Yes, it will also impact because the allocation of the seats to the Lok Sabha is directly linked with the population, and population data is fetched with the census. Where it is written in Article 82, read to be Article 81. So if you're reading both the article, it will make sense. Question statement 3 says extent of reservation for scheduled tribes in government employment. So here it says government employment. So whenever there is a word government employment, so it will be policy decision, and there's nowhere written in the Constitution that extent of reservation will be linked with the population. It is linked with the backwardness of a community or otherwise criteria which is given for the different communities. So we will eliminate the statement number 3 accordingly. The statement 4 says number of seats reserved for the scheduled caste in the Lok Sabha. Very important that as per Article 330, it says that there shall be reservation of the seats in the Lok Sabha. It will be linked with the population, and also it is linked with the census. So with the increase or decrease in the population of the scheduled caste, that is the SCs, the seats will also vary. Where it is written, Article 330. Also, you have to point that reservation of seats are there in the Lok Sabha and not in the Raj Sabha. Raj Sabha में कोई भी reservation नहीं होती seats के. It is only linked with the Lok Sabha. Fifth statement says number of seats reserved for the women in panchayat. So women in panchayat reservation, it is written into 43D, which is constitutionally mandated that at least 1/3 of the seats shall be reserved for the women, and it is not directly related with the population. It is constitutional mandate. Also, if you read all this statement, it appears that since statement number 2 is incorrect and statement number 5 is incorrect, the answer will be having answer don't have 2 or 5 in it. So we'll have to eliminate. So it will be the C, because even statement number 2 is also correct. So the answer shall be the C for question number 1. Hope it is clear to you. Now question number 2. Consider the following statement regarding the power of resident and governor in India. So before going through this question, we'll try to give you the context of recent controversy related to the accent to the bill by the governor, and it is related to the state of Tamil Nadu versus governor of the Tamil Nadu. So let us try to read this question in that context only. So as per the statement 1, unlike the president, the government is not constitutionally bound to accent the bill even after it's repasses by the state legislature. So here you will have to read this statement, which is qualifying one. It says unlike the president, means president is bound, the governor is not. Nothing like that. We'll try to understand the statement number 2 as well. Unlike the president, the governor can return the money bill passed by the legislature for its reconsideration, and both president and governor are answerable to the court for the exercise of their performance of power and duties of the office. Now first try to understand statement number 1 and 2 with the constitutional article. What constitution says? So constitution says that president under article 111 shall give or shall not, right, or can withhold a bill once or as soon as possible they will return it bill for the reconsideration, and similar provision is given for the post of the governor. Here also the similar provision there, plus the governor can reserve the bill for the president under article 201. Now president can send it for the reconsideration if they feel so, and reconsideration recommendation will be given to the governor, not to the concerned legislature directly. I'm talking about only the constitutional articles. So both are bounded, but there's an exception. Exception lies with the money bill. What is money bill? It is written in article 109. It is written that procedure to pass money bill will follow so and so, and what will be the element of the money bill? It is written in 1110. It is valid for the union parliament, and similar provision is there at the state legislature under article 199. It is basically analogous article related to the money bill, which is for the state legislative assemblies, and both president and governors will have to sign the money bill. They are bound to sign the bill, not the other bill, any bill other than the money bill. Now if you read the statement and you read the constitutional article, then it appears that statement number 1 is incorrect, because they are basically bound to sign in case of the money bill. Second statement also says that unlike the president, governor can return. No, governor cannot return the money bill. To article, then it appears that statement number 1 is incorrect, because they are basically bound to sign in case of the money bill. Second statement also says that unlike the president, governor can return. No, governor cannot return the money bill. They have to sign as per the article 199, right? If you talk about the governor, and both the president and governors are answerable to the court. No, because as per the constitution article, neither the president nor the governors are basically bound by any court procedure, and this exemption are given not only the post of the president but also the person who holds the post. So it is applicable to the person as well, and is clearly written in the constitutional article. Hence, this statement is also incorrect. So if we go by the basically answer key, how many of the statement given above are correct? So it appears that none of the statement given above are correct, because every statement is constitutionally flawed. So hence, answer will be D. Consider valid for the use. Now, if you talk about the governor, and both the president and governors are answerable to the court, no, because as per the constitution article, neither the president nor the governors are basically bound by any court procedure, and this exemption are given not only the post of the president but also the person who holds the post. So it is applicable to the person as well, and is clearly written in the constitutional article. Hence, this statement, no, number 1 is incorrect, because they are basically bound to sign in case of the money bill. Second statement also says that unlike the president, governor can return. No, governor cannot return the money bill. They have to sign as per the article 199, right? If you talk about the governor, and both the president and governors are answerable to the court. No, because as per the constitution article, neither the president nor the governors are basically bound by any court procedure, and this exemption are given not only the post of the president but also the person who holds the post. So it is applicable to the person as well, and is clearly written in the constitutional article. Hence, this statement is also incorrect. So if we go by the basically answer key, how many of the statement given above are correct? So it appears that none of the statement given above are correct, because every statement is constitutionally flawed. So hence, answer will be D. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 3. Consider the following statement regarding the legal framework for electoral roll revision in India. So if you are following the news, you might be basically knowing the special intensive revision, which was quite in news. It is related to the recently conducted Bihar Vidhan Sabha election, and in the Bengal and other states it is conducted as well. So it is quite controversial news. That's why such news are basically catched by the UPSC. So let us try to understand what question says. It's a very beautiful question. Let us try to understand. It says, the statement 1 says, the superintendence, direction and control. We have to give due care to the all keywords. Superintendence, direction and control of the preparation of electoral rolls are vested in the Election Commission of India under Article 312. So it is verbatim basically adaptation of the statement, words from the Article 321, 324. So it is correct. So it is the Election Commission of India who is vested with all these kind of the roles. Second statement says that a person can be registered as a voter in more than one constituency if they own property in multiple places. No, it is not so, because as per the RPA, section 16 as well as 19, if you read both the article, so you will be able to understand that in India there is a provision for one person, one vote, irrespective of how much property they hold. So anyone can vote only from one constituency, not from the multiple constituency. It is very much clear. It is written in the RPA. Now it is incorrect. So let us read the article. Let us read the statement number 3. So it says that the Representation of the People's Act 1950 provides for the conduct of special intensive revision for electoral roll. So there is a tweaking of the statement. So you will have to read it very carefully. That is not RPA 1951, but it is RPA 1950 and section 21, clause 3, which provides for the provision for the special intensive revision or special revision of the electoral rolls. So this statement is also incorrect. So going by the statement, it appears that only statement number A is correct. That is, A only is correct, right? So this is the correct answer. That will be the A. Now question number 4. Consider the following incorrect statement. So we'll have to take care of the words, qualifying words, that they're saying which statement is incorrect regarding the parliamentary motion. They're asking about the motion. So what the statement says, an adjournment motion can be introduced in both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha to discuss a matter of urgent public importance. This is the statement, and which single change make it correct. So it says this statement is incorrect, and how we can make it correct. So let us try to give attention to the each options which is given. Option A says replace adjournment motion with the no confidence motion. So if you know about the no confidence motion, so it is not directly mentioned in the Constitution of India, but it is a derived interpretation of Article 75, and Parliament has power to regulate its businesses as well. So no confidence motion is indirect interpretation of Article 75, in which government have to prove the confidence of the House. So and no confidence motion can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha and not in the both House, not in the Raj Sabha. Why it is so? Because Central Council of Ministers, headed by the Prime Minister, is accountable to the Lok Sabha in particular. Right? In particular, they're accountable to the Lok Sabha only. That's why it can be introduced only in the no confidence motion can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. So if we are replacing adjournment with the no confidence motion, this statement will be incorrect because Raj Sabha is also there. Now let us try to give attention to the B option. Replace both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha with Lok Sabha only. So let us try to give the attention. If we are replacing both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha only with the Lok Sabha, what will be the summary? So an adjournment motion can be introduced in Lok Sabha only. Yes, it is correct. To discuss a matter of urgent public importance. Yes, it is so, because as per the Lok Sabha rules, adjournment motion can only be introduced in Lok Sabha. So it can be only introduced in the Lok Sabha, and a permission of Speaker of the House or presiding officer of the House is needed. If it is signed by the 50 members, then presiding officers admit such motion. So yes, obviously this adjournment motion can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha and not Raj Sabha. In Raj Sabha there is another process which is different. However, it is similar to the matter of urgent public importance only, but not the adjournment motion. So statement number B appears correct, but we'll have to give attention to C and D as well. Never leave the options while attempting such questions. Now replace urgent public importance with the financial matter only. No, financial matters, for it, there's a different tool that we call cut motion. Cut motion. What is cut motion? So again, it is parliamentary innovation. You might have heard about this policy cut and token cut, etc. So for financial motion, there's no adjournment motion. It is basically cut motion which is introduced, and replace introduced with the voted. Again, we'll have to go through that. If admitted, only it is subject to the vote. If admitted by the Speaker of the House, oblique the presiding officer of the House, only it is subject to the vote, and before that it is the motion which is adopted, not voted. So it appears that statement number A, C and D are incorrect, and if you are replacing both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha with the Lok Sabha only, this statement will become correct. So this will be the answer, that is the B. B will be the correct answer of this question. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 5. Consider the following statement regarding the estimate committee of the parliament. Now let us try to understand what the statement says. So it is asking about the estimate committee. So in parliament, there are different committees. One we call ad hoc committee. Second is we call standing committee. So estimate committee is part of standing committee, and out of standing committee, they are part of the financial committees of the union parliament. Hope it is clear to you. And there are other committees as well that we call departmental related standing committee. Now first statement says that all the members of the estimate committee are from the Lok Sabha. Yes, it is correct. So estimate committee members are drawn only from the Lok Sabha, and ministers cannot be member of the any estimate committee. That is clearly mentioned. So statement number 1 appears correct. And what is the strength of the estimate committee? It is 30. The strength of estimate committee is highest among the financial committees. Rest of the member have 20-20 only, not for the estimate committee. And among all the committees, it is the departmentally related committees, DRCs, which is highest in number. The membership are 31, and it can be drawn from both the houses or depending on the nature of the case. So if question is coming, in all the committees, which committee is having highest numerical strength? It is the departmentally related committees. In few books, it is written that it is the estimate committee. Estimate committee is the highest number, only it is related to financial committee of the parliament, not all the committees. Hope it is clear to you. Second statement says that it examines the demands for grant of the concerned ministries before they are voted in the parliament. Look, this function is basically performed by the concerned standing committee, not the estimate committee. Estimate committees examines the basically expenditure before it is done, right? So it is incorrect technically. Statement number 3 says it is conventionally headed by the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. Now let us try to understand this thing conventionally. So who appoints the chairman of the estimate committee? So it is the Lok Sabha Speaker who appoints, and it is the discretion of the Lok Sabha Speaker. And as of now, Sri Sanjay Jaiswal ji who is from the BJP, heads this estimate committee. Hence, this statement is also incorrect that it is conventionally headed by the leader of opposition. It is the PAC, Parliamentary Committee, which is headed generally by the leader of opposition, but there is no rule so. So if we go through all these statements, which statement are correct? So we'll have to understand that first statement is correct. So answer will be only 1, right? What will the answer? It is only 1 that will be the correct. Why? Because 2 is incorrect, 3 is also incorrect. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 6 says, consider the following statement regarding the Vice President of India. So it is saying about the Vice President, and what is the context of this question? It appears to be inspired from the recently conducted election for the Vice President of India, in which Dr. Radhakrishnan is appointed as the Vice President. Now let us try to understand the statement which is given there. First statement says, a person cannot be elected as Vice President unless he or she is an elector of the parliamentary constituency in India. So let us try to understand what Constitution says about the eligibility to be the Vice President of India. So it is clearly mentioned in Article 66 about the eligibility condition of the Vice President of India. What it says that, who are eligible? First, a person should be a citizen of India, should be at least 35 years old, should not hold any office of the profit, and should be eligible to be the Rajya Sabha member, right? And to be Rajya Sabha member, let us try to understand what is the eligibility criteria. So few things are normal. What is different that you will understand in 2003, an amendment has been introduced by the union government in which it was made that a person need not to be basically elector from the constituency they wish to be elected as a Rajya Sabha member. Before that, one had to be the ordinary resident, elector, voter of that place to be elected, so from the Rajya Sabha. This was challenged in famous Kuldeep Nayyar case, in which Kuldeep Nayyar, who was a famous celebrated writer, political commentator, who challenged this case, and after this challenge, Supreme Court held that Rajya Sabha doesn't represent the people of the states, but they represent the state. Both things are different. They don't represent the people of the state. They only represent the states. And in which he also held that this provision of the secret voting is not a violation of the constitution, because it is the government who can basically design such policies. This is policy matter. So hence it is also held that this criteria of ordinary resident of a state was done away with this Supreme Court decision under Kuldeep Nayyar case. It is landmark judgment. Try to recall, Manmohan Singh ji, he used to come from the Punjab Delhi, used to be elected from the Assam constituency. So if we go by this fact as well, so this statement will be incorrect. This statement will be analyst elector of the incorrect. Okay? Chaliye. According to the Constitution of India, the election to the office of Vice President shall be conducted by secret ballot. Yes, it is clearly mentioned that election for the Vice President will be conducted by the secret ballot. It is correct. Unlike the election of the President, the value of each vote cast in the Vice President election is the same. It is also correct because for the post of the president, there's a formula given how votes are calculated. It's generally drawn from the population of India. For example, value of an MLA's vote for the post of the president is drawn with the formula that one should keep in mind population of that state, followed by the members of state assemblies elected from the state, means MLAs, multiplies by 1 into 1000. This is the formula, and whatever the number will come, this is the value of one vote of one electoral college member, which is not case with the vice president election, in which one person holds only one vote. For the post of the president, the vote value varies from the state to state depending on their population, which is not the case with the case of the president. And the vote is done on the proportional representative by secret ballot as well. Now, next statement says the provisions of anti-defection laws are not applicable to the post of the vice president election. Yes, for the post of the president and vice president, this anti-defection is not applicable because it is applicable only for the legislative purposes. Means, for example, election purposes or otherwise, in which will apply, not for the post of the vice president or for that matter president only. So, going by all these statement, which statement will be correct? So, all 4 statements will be correct because this is one statement is also said that a person can not be elected as vice president unless he is an elector of the parliamentary constituency in India. It's also one should be elected and other qualifications should also be met. Second is also correct that according to the election of the vice president shall be conducted by the secret vote. Third is also correct that unlike the election of the president, the value of each vote is fixed. And which is one vote, one person, one vote. And the provision of anti-defection law are not applicable. Unlike the election of the president, the value of each vote is fixed, and which is one vote, one person, one vote. And the provision of anti-defection law are not applicable to the vice president. All these statements are correct. Hence, the answer will be D. That is all 4 statements are correct. Let us try to understand question number 7. Personality rights are primarily composed of which of the following rights? So it is basically based on the recent issue in which you might have heard about this personality right, which came into attention after the Amitabh Bachchan, Anil Kapoor, Aishwarya Rai. They all filed petition in the various high courts, and in which it was derived that the component of personality right will include right to be publicity and right to privacy. And as of now, right to be forgotten is not part of the right, personality right. So what shall be the answer? That will be B, A, and 1 and 2 only will be the correct answer.
Hello students, welcome to this Anubhav discussion, and we will be taking the discussion of the polity section here. So there are total of 7 questions in your polity section that I will be taking, and before proceeding with the discussion of these questions, what I just want all of you to understand that, see, most of you must be referring some standard textbooks like Lakshmikant, D.D. Basu, right, as a source for the polity section, and those are sufficient sources. But I would also recommend that you should also try and look at the Bayer Act. Why am I saying that? Because many of the questions that come in UPSC prelims from polity, and I will show you from here also, these some of the questions that have been asked, can be solved if you know the express provision that is there in the Constitution, right? So let us proceed with the question number 49 that we are going to discuss today. So question number 49, with reference to the constitutional framework for tribunals in India, consider the following statements. Now, tribunals is a very important topic this year. Last year, Tribunal Reforms Act 2021. So Supreme Court quashed the Tribunal Reforms Act of 2021. Some of the provisions of the act with respect to the appointment tenure. It also recommended the government to create a national tribunal commission. So all of that has been in current affairs, and UPSC in this year's main has also asked a question on tribunals. So you can very well expect one question on tribunals, right? So a very important area from prelims perspective. So what is the question with respect to the constitutional framework of tribunals in India? So the first statement, administrative tribunals can be established by both parliament and state legislatures. Tribunals for tax-related matters can be created only by parliament, right? Focus on the word only. The Constitution does not provide for the establishment of appellate tribunals for administrative tribunals. So that is the question it is asking, that whether the Constitution provides for establishment of appellate tribunals or not, right? Now coming to tribunals, what are tribunals? Tribunals are judicial and quasi-judicial bodies which are created to handle specific type of disputes which would require expertise and faster resolution. So the objective of having a tribunal was to ensure that the burden on the regular courts is reduced and resolution is faster. Right? So for the entire tribunal system in India, the constitutional basis of tribunals was created through the 42nd Amendment Act, which inserted Article 323A and Article 323B. These are 2 very important provisions that you should know. Now, Article 323A, it allows Parliament to create administrative tribunals for public service matters. So, who will create? Parliament will create for public service matters. Right? And Article 323B, it allows both Parliament and state legislatures. So here we have both parliament plus state legislatures to create tribunals on subject matters related to taxation, corporate law, industrial disputes, etc., etc., and that can be created in those areas where they have their own legislative competence. Right? So the first statement, administrative tribunals can be established by both parliament and state legislatures, that is incorrect. Right? That is incorrect. If you look at the provisions from the Constitution, I'll just show you what Article 323A talks about. Article 323A, आप पढ़ें इसको, Parliament may by law provide for adjudication of trial by administrative tribunals for disputes and complaints with respect to recruitment conditions, etc. तो article start ही होता है Parliament से. So there is no doubt that only Parliament is competent to create an administrative tribunal. अब clause 2 में अगर आते हैं, तो clause 2 ये बहुत important article है. Clause 2 में अगर आप आते हैं, तो यहाँ लिखा है a law made under clause 1. तो Parliament एक law बनाएगी, right? और वो जो law होगा वो ये सब कुछ provide करेगा. So in pursuance of this law, Parliament ने कौन सा law पास किया है? Parliament ने पास किया है Administrative Tribunals Act. So Parliament has passed the Administrative Tribunals Act of 1985. अब ये जो act है, Administrative Tribunals Act of 1985, it provides for 3 categories of tribunals, administrative tribunals. One is the Central Administrative Tribunal for, the central government employees. Upon receipt of a request from any particular state, the parliament may create an state administrative tribunal, and if 2 or more states request, then it can also create a joint administrative tribunal. So all those provisions are there, but जो भी administrative tribunal बनेगा for state also, that will be done under this law by parliament only. So statement 1 is wrong. Tribunals for tax related matters can be created only by parliament. Since the word only is used, again we have to go to the constitutional provision. So 323b, what does it say? The appropriate legislature may by law provide for adjudication, etc., etc., for the tribunals. So the word used is appropriate legislature, and at the end of the article you have an explanation. In this article, appropriate legislature in relation to any matter means parliament, as the case may be, or state legislature competent to make laws in their respective legislative domain. That comes under part 11, that is the center state relations. So we have part 11 जहाँ पे center state relations में administrative legislative divisions है, और जो भी competent area है state का, state भी वहाँ tribunal बना सकती है under article 323b, right? So this statement, because only has been used, it becomes incorrect. Now coming to the third statement, the constitution does not provide for establishment of appellate tribunals for administrative tribunals. Now if you look at the provision 323a, right, I'll come, just scroll down and come to a very important part. Look at clause D. Clause D says the tribunal will, such a tribunal that is created, the law passed, will exclude the jurisdiction of all courts except the jurisdiction of Supreme Court under Article 136 with respect to the disputes or complaints referred to in clause 1. So what is Article 136? Article 136 is special leave to appeal, like the special leave, petition. So the court in its discretion grants special leave to appeal from any judgment or decree from any court, tribunal, quasi-judicial body that is within the territory of India, and this does not apply to any court or tribunal constituted under any laws relating to armed forces. So that is something with respect to tribunals you should remember, that usually क्या है कि under 136 जो भी tribunals के decisions हैं वो Supreme Court तक जाएंगे under 136 as an SLP, but armed forces को इससे बाहर रखा गया, means armed forces tribunal के जो decisions orders है under 136 में जा सकते. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि those cannot be appealed, right? They will go to the respective high courts, Supreme Court if there is a violation of fundamental right, but definitely not under 136, right? तो अब जब आप ये पूरा provision पढ़ेंगे तो you will see that the parliament, the objective of creating article 323a, the objective of creating 323a was to exclude the jurisdiction of high courts, right? That is the express provision, right? And any appeal mechanism will go to the Supreme Court as an SLP under 136. So that is what the provision says. So here the constitution does not provide for establishment of an appellate tribunal. This is absolutely correct. The provision does not state that. Now something that you should remember, I'll just add more information, that this is something that was challenged in L. Chandrakumar case. A very important judgment where this specific provision was challenged, and there the Supreme Court decided that, okay, Article 323d, under this clause, if Parliament tries to limit the scope of judicial review of High Court, that goes against the basic structure of the Constitution. And from that point of time, what has basically happened is that any judgment, order, decree of the tribunal will automatically fall before the High Court. But Constitution does not, envisage an appellate mechanism for tribunals, because the entire objective was to bypass courts for speedy resolution, faster resolution. Right. So here the correct answer definitely is 3. I hope you have understood the entire issue. So L. Chandrakumar case, after L. Chandrakumar case, definitely the decision of tribunals can go to High Courts and then on appeal to Supreme Court. But Constitution mein jo hai, it will directly go to the Supreme Court under 136. Right. So this is the first question. Let us move to the next question. Okay. So next question, question number 50. With reference to the suspension of fundamental rights during a national emergency, consider the following statement. So 2 statements have been provided. Right. Emergency, recently we have seen completion of 50 years of the emergency period. So very important question, but it has been changed to national emergency. Right. Now, first statement is Article 19 is automatically suspended with the proclamation of national emergency on the ground of external aggression. So the ground that is given is external aggression, right? What is external aggression? War, right? Armed conflict, etc. Such situations. The enforcement of the rights guaranteed by Article 20 and 21 cannot be suspended even during a national emergency. So most of you must have got this question, the answer to this question, right? So here we know that both 1 and 2 are correct, right? Yes, Article 19 is automatically suspended with the proclamation of national emergency. The enforcement of the rights guaranteed by 20 and 21 cannot be suspended even during a national emergency. That's completely correct. Now let us just go into a little bit of depth for further clarity if UPSC asks the question. So national emergency, what is the express provision in the Constitution? Article 352, right? Article 352 talks about national emergency, right? Whereby the security of India is threatened and the conditions that are specified are war, external aggression, or armed rebellion, right? Now, Article 358 and 359 are 2 very important provisions. Article 358, we are talking about Article 358. So it deals with the suspension of Article 19, right? So Article 358, it provides for the suspension of Article 19 during the proclamation of emergency, and 359, it provides for the suspension of enforcement of fundamental rights, right? Please understand a very important and unique difference between 358 and 359. So it talks of not of suspension, but suspension of enforcement, right? So under 359, President will pass a presidential order, right? And whatever fundamental rights are mentioned in that order are suspended, right? enforcement is suspended, not the right itself. So this is a very important point of difference, that whenever there is a proclamation of national emergency, the 358, it
Do you know in 2000, Saddam Hussein, he announced to the world that Iraq will not sell oil in US dollars. In 2003, Saddam was lynched. Iraq was invaded. Iraq's oil, it switched back to dollars. In 2009, Gaddafi, he also proposed something very similar. He proposed gold dinar for oil trade. 2 years later, NATO bombed Libya. Hillary Clinton's own leaked emails confirmed why NATO invaded Libya. Today in 2026, we have Venezuela. It has 303 billion barrels of proven oil reserves. It is more than Saudi Arabia's. This is the largest reserve on earth. This is 20% of the entire world's oil. Not just that, Venezuela was actively selling that oil in yuan, not dollars. In fact, Maduro, he announced to the world that he would free itself from the dollar. Please understand, the entire American financial system, it's built on one thing, petrodollar. Every country on earth needs dollars to buy oil. This lets America print unlimited money while other countries work for it. But today, this petrodollar dominance, it is crumbling. Russia is selling its oil in yuan in rubles. Saudi Arabia is openly discussing yuan settlements. Iran has been trading in non-dollar currencies for years. China today is building its own SWIFT. More than 5,000 banks in 180 countries. What we are seeing today are the last vestiges of America, anxiously clinging on to the past. China will not fight US or Venezuela. China will play a long-term game. In fact, it has already been playing a long-term game with AI, with semiconductors, to one belt, one road. Sane economies, they cling on to strategic autonomy. Why? Because it is impossible to get it once you lose it. It is a shame that India has already handed over its autonomy to the US. It does not matter how much Jai Shankarji talks about Soros. The reality is that his own son, he thrives on US education, US employment, US money. He's in fact heading ORF in DC. It does not matter how much Piyush Goyalji talks about India first. Because for his own son, Dhruv Goyal, India is second. He runs a hedge fund in New York. He did his MBA from Boston. For decades, India followed strategic autonomy in our foreign policy. But in past 10 years, we have shamelessly given it all away. We signed Compasa, we signed Lemoa, and through that, we effectively gave US access to India's military infrastructure. That's the reason Modi ji cannot say a word. Does not matter how much hatred Americans spread about India, he cannot say a word. We made Quad central to our foreign policy. We slowly drifted away from NAM. We backed out of RCEP trade deal. We isolated ourselves from the Asian economies. We voted with the US at the UN. We broke India's long-term tradition of neutrality on global conflicts. In return, what did we get? 50% tariffs on Indian goods. Pakistan, the same country that gave world Osama bin Laden, gets 19% tariff. China, who trades more oil with Russia than India, pays 30%. Even Turkey, a NATO headache, gets 15%. And us, 50%. Highest in the world. Because US also knows we cannot do a damn thing. Because the Pradhan Sevak's chest, it is not 56 inches, it is 56 millimeter. US-India trade deal will prove the same. That's the reason why we need good people in important positions. Air in Delhi, water in Indore, sky through Indigo, falling Indian rupee. It is not masterstroke. It reflects corruption. It reflects blind obedience to one rule, one leader, one party that perpetrates the ideology of one language, one religion, one election, but zero press conferences. Do you know in 2000, Saddam Hussein, he announced to the world that Iraq will not sell oil in US dollars. In 2003, Saddam was lynched. Iraq was invaded. Iraq's oil, it switched back to dollars. In 2009, Gaddafi, he also proposed something very similar. He proposed gold dinar for oil trade. 2 years later, NATO bombed Libya. Hillary Clinton's own leaked emails confirmed why NATO invaded Libya. Today in 2026, we have Venezuela. It has 303 billion barrels of proven oil reserves. It is more than Saudi Arabia's. This is the largest reserve on earth. This is 20% of the entire world's oil. Not just that, Venezuela was actively selling that oil in yuan, not dollars. In fact, Maduro, he announced to the world that he would free itself from the dollar. Please understand, the entire American financial system, it's built on one thing, petrodollar. Every country on earth needs dollars to buy oil. This lets America print unlimited money while other countries work for it. But today, this petrodollar dominance, it is crumbling. Russia is selling its oil in yuan in rubles. Saudi Arabia is openly discussing yuan settlements. Iran has been trading in non-dollar currencies for years. China today is building its own SWIFT. More than 5,000 banks in 180 countries. What we are seeing today are the last vestiges of America, anxiously clinging on to the past. China will not fight US or Venezuela. China will play a long-term game. In fact, it has already been playing a long-term game with AI, with semiconductors, to one belt, one road. Sane economies, they cling on to strategic autonomy. Why? Because it is impossible to get it once you lose it. It is a shame that India has already handed over its autonomy to the US. It does not matter how much Jai Shankarji talks about Soros. The reality is that his own son, he thrives on US education, US employment, US money. He's in fact heading ORF in DC. It does not matter how much Piyush Goyalji talks about India first. Because for his own son, Dhruv Goyal, India is second. He runs a hedge fund in New York. He did his MBA from Boston. For decades, India followed strategic autonomy.
ट्रम्प बहुत चालू, मतलब वेनेजुएला के राष्ट्रपति को धर लिया और इनका कहना है कि हमारे देश में ड्रग सप्लाई करते थे, इनके पोर्ट्स के जरिए ड्रग आती थी। अरे नहीं भैया, अमेरिकन ड्रग एजेंसी डीईए खुद चिल्ला के कह रही है कि देश में 84% ड्रग्स कोलंबिया से आ रहा है, मैक्सिको के कार्टेल्स के जरिए। उसके अलावा फेनेटाइल, जिससे यूएस में सबसे ज्यादा मौतें हुई, वो चाइना से आ रहा है। वेनेजुएला का भी नाम है लिस्ट में, लेकिन इतना भी नहीं। एक छोटी सी वेनेजुएला की गैंग को टेररिस्ट घोषित कर दिया। दंगा करना था तो चाइना से करते ना, क्या मतलब तेल चाहिए था, वो भी हैवी क्रूड। ट्रम्प बहुत चालू।
जब संवैधानिक याचिकाएं निराशा में बदलने लगी, तब कलम और क्रांति का एक अनूठा संयोजन सामने आया। वर्ष 1906 एक संगठित और गुप्त क्रांतिकारी समूह, युगांतर आंदोलन, भारत की स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की उग्र राष्ट्रवादी चरण के दौरान उभरा, जिसकी स्थापना बंगाल में हुई थी। हालांकि यह आंदोलन अनुशीलन समिति से विकसित हुआ था, लेकिन शीघ्र ही इसने अपनी अलग पहचान बना ली। इसका मूल उद्देश्य ब्रिटिश औपनिवेशिक शासन को केवल चुनौती देना नहीं, बल्कि सशस्त्र प्रतिरोध और संगठित गुरिल्ला संघर्ष के माध्यम से उसे उखाड़ फेंकना था। इस आंदोलन की वैचारिक
क्या आप सीटेट एग्जाम दे रहे हैं? यदि आप सीटेट एग्जाम दे रहे हैं तो आप सभी को इसका उत्तर अवश्य पता होना चाहिए। प्रश्न है,
सौरभ द्विवेदी ना बड़ा नाम है, सुनते ही दिमाग में ललन टॉप पक्का दिमाग में आता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर सवाल क्या है कि अब ललन टॉप सेम रहेगा? सौरभ द्विवेदी जी ने ललन टॉप छोड़ दिया, तो वैसे तो चलो बहुत से लोग बहुत कुछ आते हैं, संस्थाएं छोड़ना बड़ा नाम है, सुनते ही दिमाग में ललन टॉप पक्का दिमाग में आता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर सवाल क्या है कि अब ललन टॉप सेम रहेगा। सौरभ द्विवेदी जी ने ललन टॉप छोड़ दिया। तो वैसे तो चलो बहुत से लोग बहुत कुछ आते हैं, संस्थाएं छोड़ते रहते हैं, लेकिन ना यहाँ पे सवाल ना इसे थोड़ा सा मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा था कि जब हम सौरभ द्विवेदी सुनते हैं, सौरभ द्विवेदी सुनते हैं, ललन टॉप दिमाग में आता है, ललन टॉप सुन के सौरभ द्विवेदी दिमाग में आता है कि इंस्टीट्यूशन बड़ा है या इंडिविजुअल। ऐसे पहले भी कितने संस्थान रह चुके हैं ना जहाँ पे जो छोड़ देते हैं तो सेम नहीं रहते। तो प्रधानमंत्री जैसे पोजीशन होते हैं या एक पर्सन है, आपको क्या लगता है? इसलिए ना एक मौका है थोड़ा सोचने का, थोड़ा रिफ्लेक्ट करने का। आप अपने विचार पक्का बताना कि जैसे पहले भी जो पालकी शर्मा थी उन्होंने जब छोड़ दिया वियॉन, तो वियॉन की व्यूअरशिप ड्रास्टिकली चली गई है। तो इसीलिए क्या सौरभ द्विवेदी बड़े हैं, इंडिविजुअल बड़ा है या इंस्टीट्यूशन? क्या कहते हैं दोस्तों, कमेंट से पक्का बताना। सौरभ द्विवेदी ना बड़ा नाम है, सुनते ही दिमाग में ललन टॉप पक्का दिमाग में आता है, लेकिन यहाँ पे सवाल क्या है कि अब ललन टॉप सेम रहेगा। सौरभ द्विवेदी जी ने ललन टॉप छोड़ दिया। तो वैसे तो चलो बहुत से लोग बहुत कुछ आते हैं, संस्थाएं छोड़ते रहते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे सवाल ना इसे थोड़ा सा मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा था कि जब हम सौरभ द्विवेदी सुनते हैं, सौरभ द्विवेदी सुनते हैं, ललन टॉप दिमाग में आता है, ललन टॉप सुन के सौरभ द्विवेदी दिमाग में आता है कि इंस्टीट्यूशन बड़ा है या इंडिविजुअल। ऐसे पहले भी कितने
ये रोड बनी है, ये रोड बनी है, ये साइड में कभी पूरी रोड ये निकल रही है, ये रोड बनी है, ये रोड बनी है, देख लो ये रोड बनी है, पूरी रोड निकाल दो। इस तरह से ये लोग रोड बना रहे हैं। आगे जाओ, इसका कोई देखा दुखा है? कौन करेगा? ये रोड बनी है, ये रोड बनी है, ये साइड में कभी।
दोस्तों सोचो आप एक देश के राष्ट्रपति हैं और अगले ही दिन आपको एक जेल में बंद कर दिया जाए। जी हाँ, ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ है वेनेजुएला के प्रेसिडेंट मदुरो के साथ में, जहां पर यूएसए ने वेनेजुएला के ऊपर में ना सिर्फ अटैक किया बल्कि वहां के राष्ट्रपति को कैद कर वो यूएसए की जेल में बंद कर देते हैं। अब यूएसए ने जो कहा है, ये कहा है कि भाई जो वेनेजुएला है वो काफी ज्यादा ड्रग्स और ड्रग्स के कार्टल्स को ऑपरेट करता था जो यूएसए के अंदर में नशा फैलाते थे। लेकिन उसके पीछे जो मेजर रीजन कहा जा रहा है वो कहा जा रहा है ऑयल, क्योंकि यूएसए को ये पता है कि वेनेजुएला के अंदर में सबसे ज्यादा नॉन ऑयल के रिजर्व है। जी हाँ दोस्तों, सऊदी अरेबिया से भी ज्यादा अगर ऑयल के रिजर्व है तो कहां पर है? वेनेजुएला में। एंड दोस्तों ये जो वेनेजुएला है इसकी लोकेशन को जरूर प्रिपेयर कर लीजिएगा, क्योंकि ये आपके एग्जाम में डायरेक्टली पूछा जा सकता है कि वेनेजुएला नॉर्थ अमेरिका में, साउथ अमेरिका में या फिर इसके नेबरिंग कंट्री से रिलेटेड। एंड सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है दोस्तों, अमेरिका के ट्रंप को सपोर्ट करती है वहां की ऑयल कंपनीज, एंड उन ऑयल कंपनीज को यहां के वेनेजुएला के ऑयल का एक्सेस नहीं मिल रहा था। दोस्तों
ये डीयू है, दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय, हिंदुस्तान के सपनों का घर, जहां से साइंटिस्ट, आईएएस, प्रोफेसर निकले, परंतु फोर्थ ईयर अंडर ग्रेजुएट प्रोग्राम आने के बाद से इन सपनों को आज एक कंफ्यूजन के दलदल में धकेल दिया। और सबसे बड़ी बात, सिस्टम तैयार ही नहीं था इस पॉलिसी को अडॉप्ट करने के लिए। ना ही टीचर्स ट्रेंड, ना ही स्ट्रक्चर क्लियर, ना ही पॉलिसी का इंप्लीमेंटेशन का कोई बेस, और सबसे बड़ी बात, ना ही कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार था। जब 3 साल को कोर्स को कंप्लीट करने के लिए बैठने के लिए पर्याप्त बेंचेस नहीं है, उस स्थान पर चौथे साल का इंट्रोडक्शन करना, कहां से आप बच्चों को बैठाओगे? या तो प्रिंसिपल ऑफिस में बैठेंगे या पियोन के रूप में। एक एक्सपेरिमेंट न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के रूप में आपके और हमारे फ्यूचर को अंधकार में धकेलने का काम न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने किया। इंटर्नशिप, अप्रेंटिसशिप लॉन्च करने के लिए, लॉन्च तो दूर दूर की बात है, आपने उस चीज को इंप्लीमेंट ही नहीं किया। साथ ही साथ रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी, जो अपने आप में एक बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट थी पीएचडी स्कॉलर के लिए, उस रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी को आपने ऑप्शनल बना दिया, जिससे इस पूरी नींव को कमजोर बनाने का काम नैप आने के बाद से हुआ है। डिग्री बचाओ कैंपेन एक वार्निंग है, एक अवेयरनेस कैंपेन है, जिससे आप समझे कि आपसे आपकी असली डिग्री को छीना गया, दिखाया कुछ और गया, इंप्लीमेंट कुछ और करा गया। साथ के साथ ये लड़ाई सिर्फ एक प्रोटेस्ट की लड़ाई नहीं है, ये लड़ाई है आपकी डिग्री को बचाने की, ये लड़ाई है देश के एजुकेशन सिस्टम को बचाने की। तो आइए 7 दिन 7 सीरीज के साथ हम आपके साथ मिलेंगे, रोज एक मुद्दे पर आपके सामने, सेक, वैक और नैप की समस्याओं के साथ, आपकी अवेयरनेस, डीयू को और एजुकेशन।
तुम्हारी पोल खोलूंगा, पूरे देश के सामने पोल खोलूंगा। दिल्ली के अंदर लोगों ने बीजेपी को वोट दे दिया, सबसे पहली कैबिनेट मीटिंग के अंदर ये दिल्ली की बिजली कंपनियों को अडानी को सौंप देंगे और दिल्ली में लोगों को बिजली इस्तेमाल करनी मुश्किल हो जाएगी, लोगों की पूरी तनख्वाह बिजली का बिल भरने में निकल जाएगी। तुम्हारी पोल खोलूंगा पूरे देश
क्योंकि ऐसा पहली बार हुआ। और ये हो रहा था, आपको बता दें कि मसूरी स्थित लाल बहादुर शास्त्री प्रशासनिक अकेडमी जो लवासना है, जहां पर आईएएस अधिकारियों की ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, वहां पर एक युवक पहुंचा, वो भी बिहार का रहने वाला, जो कि ठगी का शिकार हुआ। और आपको बता दें कि 27,000 से अधिक जो है ऑनलाइन रुपए लिए गए ठगों के द्वारा। फर्जी एक एग्जाम भी ऑर्गेनाइज कराया गया, इंटरव्यू भी कराया गया और व्हाट्सएप से ज्वाइनिंग लेटर दे दिया गया और कहा गया कि आप मसूरी चले जाएं और दैनिक यूज में आपको ये चीजों की जरूरत पड़ेगी, इसको लेकर पहुंचे। और छात्र देखिए, वो अपने माता पिता के साथ मसूरी पहुंचा, लेकिन वहां जैसे ही जांच हुआ गेट पे, वो सीधे सीधे पता चल गया कि ये तो फर्जीवाड़ा का मामला है, ये फर्जी ज्वाइनिंग लेटर है। आपको बता दें कि छपरा का रहने वाला उसमें सिंह नाम का युवक है, जो कि गुड़गांव में जो है, गुड़गांव हरियाणा में एक प्राइवेट सेक्टर में काम करता था और 2023 में जो ठग है उसके संपर्क में आए और उसके बाद यूपीआई के माध्यम से 2 बार पैसे लिए गए, 28,000 के आसपास रुपए लिए गए। और बताएं आपको हम कि सोनीपत में एक एग्जाम को ऑर्गेनाइज कराया गया, इंटरव्यू कराया गया और 3 जनवरी को व्हाट्सएप के माध्यम से ज्वाइनिंग लेटर दे दिया गया और कहा गया कि आप मसूरी में जाकर जो है वो आईएएस की ट्रेनिंग लीजिए। अब मुझे काफी हैरत होता है, ये जो युवक है हो सकता है कि यूपीएससी परीक्षा के बारे में ज्यादा विस्तृत में न जानता हो, क्योंकि कोई भी व्यक्ति यूपीएससी को लेकर बेवकूफ नहीं, जल्द नहीं बन सकता है। देखिए, यूपीएससी के लिए जो है वो पीटीआई एग्जाम होता है, मेंस एग्जाम होता है, लंबा चौड़ा एग्जाम होता है मेंस। उसके बाद इंटरव्यू जो है वो दिल्ली के यूपीएससी का जो ऑफिस है आउटपुट हाउस, वहीं पे होता है। उसके बाद परिणाम घोषित होते हैं। लेकिन ये जो मामला है, ये मामला वैसा देखने से लग रहा है जिसमें आप देखते होंगे कि सेना, पुलिस या किसी विभाग के नौकरी के लिए जो माफिया होते हैं, वो एक पैरेलल व्यवस्था बना लेते हैं जिसमें छात्रों को आराम से झांसा देते हैं, जहां एग्जाम भी होता है, फॉर्म भी फिल होता है, एग्जाम भी होता है, रिजल्ट भी आता है, ज्वाइनिंग भी होता है, कुछ दिन काम भी करते हैं, उसके बाद पता चलता है कि हम पता नहीं कैसे होगा। लेकिन यूपीएससी की एग्जाम, और वो भी एग्जाम जिसमें जो छात्र चयनित होने के बाद लवासना पहुंचता है। अब आपको बता दें कि सिविल सेवा से जो लोग चुने जाते हैं, उनमें जो ऑल इंडिया सर्विस और सेंट्रल सर्विस का जो ग्रुप ए सर्विस होता है, उनका फाउंडेशन कोर्स होता है। और बताएं आपको हम कि आपको देश में फाउंडेशन कोर्स जैसे कि आईएएस, आईपीएस, आईएफएस, आईआरएस, इन सब का जो है, अब एक समय था केवल मसूरी में होता था, लेकिन 2008 के बाद से अन्य जगहों पर भी फाउंडेशन कोर्स कराया जाता है, जैसे कि हैदराबाद में और भोपाल में भी कराया जाता है, क्योंकि अब कैंडिडेट जो है वो ज्यादा चुन जा रहे हैं। वैसे में जो लवासना है, वहां पर इतने लोगों का फाउंडेशन कोर्स के लिए जगह नहीं है, तो वहां पर जो है आईएएस, आईएफएस और आईपीएस को फाउंडेशन ट्रेनिंग के लिए रखा जाता है 4 महीने के लिए। और आईपीएस वहां से अपने हैदराबाद चले जाते हैं डीए में ट्रेनिंग के लिए, और आईएफएस वाले जो है वो दिल्ली चले जाते हैं अपना ट्रेनिंग, और आईएएस का ट्रेनिंग वहां आगे 6 महीना और कंटिन्यू रहता है। उसके बाद उनको संबंधित कैडरों में भेज दिया जाता है। लेकिन ये आपको बताया कि जो युवक है उसमें सिंह, उसके साथ ठगी किया गया है और पुलिस ने जो है इस मामले में 0 एफआईआर दर्ज किया, मसूरी पुलिस ने, और इसे गुड़गांव ट्रांसफर कर दिया गया, क्योंकि युवक जो है वो गुड़गांव में रहता है, रहने वाला है बिहार का। तो बताएं आपको हम कि शायद से ये पहली बार हो रहा होगा कि जहां पर ऑल इंडिया सर्विसेज का ट्रेनिंग होता है, देश का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है, वहां पर किसी छात्र के साथ इस तरह धोखाधड़ी हुई। और ये भी देखिए कि अपने माता पिता के साथ, और उस छात्र को, युवक को लिस्ट भी मिला होगा, क्योंकि रोजमर्रा के यूज का सामान लेकर पहुंचा था। जैसे कि वहां ट्रेनिंग में जाते हैं तो सूट लेना होता है नया, ब्लेजर लेना होता है नया, जूता, जो इस सब चीज का जो है वो लिस्ट जो है वो एकेडमी से आपके पास दिया जाता है। या जूता किस कंपनी का होना चाहिए, या चादर किस कंपनी का होना चाहिए, व्हाइट चादर, व्हाइट जगह कोल, फिर से मोजा, तौलिया, सब कुछ के बारे में, और बहुत सारी चीजों में तो ब्रांड भी दिया जाता है कि इसी ब्रांड का आपको लेना है। तो ये सारा कुछ लेकर पहुंचा हुआ था। और आपको बता दें कि ठगी का शिकार हुआ है, और ठगी जो है वो अभी देश में चरम पे है, अनेकों तरह से ठगी किया जा रहा है, तो इसमें ऐसे सावधान रहने की जरूरत है। तो चलिए, इस वीडियो में इतना ही। वीडियो पसंद आया लाइक करें, हमारे चैनल पर बिहार को सब्सक्राइब जरूर कर लें। धन्यवाद।
तुम क्यों चले